What just an outstanding class of April females here. Some give and take at throughout this class. But man, you get these top 4, 5, 6. Actually from top to bottom, I think there's an extreme amount of quality. Some subtle differences in the way that I think that they're built and they're constructed from a skeleton design standpoint and power. For me, the one that puts it all together, and just like we're going to say true to that first division, the one that I think is the best when you set her into motion is the one that's going to lead. I think she's the most fluid in her joints, the relaxation in her top and up out of her hip. She combines that with an awesome amount of depth in that fore rib back into that rear cage. To me, still up-headed and clean up out of her chest. But when you set this one into motion, I think is where she excels within this class. I think her balance and symmetry still maintains enough muscle mass down her top and up out of her hip, even though she doesn't blow this class away in that regard. But I think where she excels is just simply from the freedom of movement standpoint, balance and smoothness and eye appeal. I think she puts a lot of good things together like that one quite well. Heifer that comes in next is one that amps it up a little bit more in power. I think she's extremely strong out on the top and up out of that hip. She doesn't have quite as much, natural slower turn to that rib cage as our class winner. I think when I compare her to that one that wins, I think she just comes up just a smidgen more stiff and it's a little bit more rigid when she goes in motion, and that's being awfully picky. I mean, I still think this one gets out and reaches extremely nice. Love the power, love the lines, love the look, and in that one extremely well. The one that comes next is one I think is extremely well balanced. I think one that offers a lot of good through the front 1/3 of our body, flat shouldered, good chested, nice. I love the head and neck on this one. I think where she gives up a little bit of power is she wants to gets a little more refined at the ground compared to the ones that go 1 and 2. I think she narrows up a little bit more at her pin set than the heifers that go 1 and 2. But I like her depth of body. I love her style and balance from the side. It's extremely nice through the front 1/3 of her body. That's an awfully good one. Heifer coming next is one I like extremely well on the standstill. I love her lines, her balance, and symmetry. She, too, is really good through the front 1/3 of her body. I love the power she possesses. When I get her in motion in this top 4 really good females, she comes up just a smidgen shorter. I think she's just wanting to add a little bit more flex into that hip. Want to get her just to reach just a smidgen better, but I think that one is just striking and deadly from the side. High-quality female. For me to get her above the 3 heifers right in front of her, I just want to see her go just a little bit truer and harder. Good complete female comes next. She just gets a little flatter in her overall design, a little plainer about her overall makeup. To me, I love that depth of body and her natural softness. She, too, is a little more refined at the ground, just a little flatter in that muscle pattern, but a super high-quality female. A beast of a heifer comes in next. Love the mass and width and dimension in this one. We just want to extend her out just ever so slightly more. I love her foot size and her bone and her mass and her power. For me, I just like to give her just a little bit more extension up through that front end in her chest. Heifer coming in next is one that just doesn't have the balance and eye appeal as the heifers that are right in front of her. She's got the length of side and the length of hip, but to me, we get behind her, she flattens out a little bit more. She wants to hawk in a little bit more and come together a little bit more at her pin set than the heifers right in front of her, but a high-quality set from top to bottom.
Thank you very much, Lydell. Earning first place in our Class 403 is entry 6181, UF Miss Brenton, 05C 21G, for the University of Findlay, Ohio. In second was entry 6179, TCS Norma Jean 20D 8G for Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. In third was entry 6184, HSR Garrison's Daisy for Heaven Sent Ranch, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Your fourth place was entry 6183, Deer Haven's Precious for Deer Haven Farm, LLC, Methylonian, Virginia. In fifth place was entry 6180, Easy Debbie 9G for the Efforts Easy Ranch, Bismarck, North Dakota. In sixth place was entry 6179, DR Canadian Cowgirl 92G for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. And in seventh was entry 6177, ZR Clarabelle 91G for the 70 Ranch in Berthoud, Colorado. Now entering the ring is Class 404 Spring Heifer Calves in March of 2019. I'd like to let the crowd know there is one addition to the program. In entry 6197, would you please note that the owner is Ethan Barnhill, Roseville, New Mexico. While we're allowing Mr. Lydell Meyer to judge our class, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce our Aberdeen Queen and Princess here today, assisting us in the ring. Our Aberdeen Queen, Hannah, would you wave to the crowd? Miss Hannah Hoffman from Whitewater, Wisconsin. Our Princess today is Miss Amelia Bender from Lexington, Ohio. Let's give the girls a round of applause for giving us such a nice, fine hand.
Wow, what another really good class. We jump into our March. I really like these three heifers here on the top end. A little bit closer up here between 1 and 2. I think there's a little bit of give and take. You know, maybe there's a little difference in body condition as well. And so we got to look a little bit through that. I like both of these females extremely well at the ground. I think but I still think there's a little bit of an advantage into our young ladies class winner. Man, I like the foot size and the bone. I like the skeletal flex with this one. She balances up so well from her lower base of that shoulder blade into that forerib, still maintains in relation to that extra length of body and length of hip, still maintains adequate depth and spring to that lower rib cage. You know, I could add just a little more flair to muscle if you want to get ultra picky on that one, but I think she's fresh. I love her. Where I think in this class she excels is from her hooks to her pins and the way that the upper part of her hip is constructed, added with that extra foot size and bone and her length and her smoothness. I think that one's a really nice one to tie into, and to me, just in relation to this breed, it's got some intriguing pieces to go forward with. I like that one quite well. Heifer that comes in second, I know not totally acting exactly like this young lady wants, but I do, when you study this one, when she relaxes, she gets out and goes. She's a little more refined at the ground than our class winner, but that's all right. She's carrying just a smidgen more body condition than our class winner, but that's okay. She handles it still very well. Extremely deep and bold in that forerib back into that rear flank. She's wide and true up out of her top. I don't think she bounces as much upper hip power as our class winner. Maybe not quite as elongated out through her front end, but I think a heifer that's still square enough, and stout enough, and powerful enough, and smooth enough. I think one that sure brings a lot of good to the table. This one here in third, I think, is intriguing. I'd like to see this one as she develops a little bit on. You know, this one from her hook bones forward, I love her. Awesome rib shape, flat shouldered, very feminine up through her chest and her head and her neck. And the one, I guess, when I compare her, she just gets a little shorter in her hip, maybe just a little bit shorter in her muscle pattern compared to the heifers that are first and second within this class today. But man, when this one gets planted and this one strikes the pose, I think this one offers a lot of good. I just like to power up and widen her up from her hooks to her pins compared to those heifers that go 1 and 2. But man, I still think that one is way good at the ground. She gets out and moves extremely well. Heifer coming in next is one that I think still green and got a lot of room to grow. Probably for me within this class today is when we set her into motion. She gets a little more uncoordinated in the way she handles those hind legs. Maybe doesn't have quite the mass and power and extra length that the heifers that are right in front of her. To me, where I just want to change her is when she wants to kind of hawk in on us when she goes away from us, and just change her from her hook bones back to her pins. Young man's heifer rounding out the class is one that's got some softness and some durability. She too is nice at the ground. She comes at us just a little coarser and a little plainer, maybe not quite as much flash and eye appeal as the heifers right in front of her, but still a female that offers a lot of good and natural softness and meat and muscle. Good high quality set of females from top to bottom.
Thank you, Lydell.
Thank you very much, Clydell. First place in that class was entry 6193, DBJ, Miss Zelma, for Pinehurst Farm, Wellsburg, Iowa, and S&G Cattle Company, Garner, Iowa. In second was entry 6190, AVR Charisma, for Archer Valley Farm, Priest River, Idaho. Your third place entry was 6191, UF Miss Tiara, 18B 20G, for the University of Findlay, Ohio. In fourth was 6197, CMB Angel, 929G, for Ethan Barnhill, Roseville, New Mexico. And your fifth race entry was 6195, THL Josie, 21G, for Francisco Lewis in Parker, Colorado. Now in the ring are your full-blood Class 404B spring heifer calves, also calved in March of 2019. For those of you ringside who are interested in any of our lots in the National Aberdeen Sale, which is tomorrow at 2 p.m., you can easily identify our National Sale cattle lots for the sale tags that they have exhibited in their ears. So certainly like to encourage you to pick out your favorite lot to attend and purchase tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the Livestock Center auction arena there for the National Aberdeen Sale.
What a great set here of early marches here. Heifer that's going to lead off. For me, I think she floats to the top with Sami. I sure like this one. We talked about it, guys, here in the other classes, and regardless of what breed you mess with and what you do, you got to start at the ground up. Boy, this one's good at the ground. This one's square off of both ends. She gets out, moves like a cat. She handles herself so well as far as her spine structure and her hip structure when you set her into motion, her joints. She checks that box extremely well. But then you add the fact she's flat-shouldered, bold in that forerib, bold to that center part of her body, out of her hip and into her pin, or from her hooks to her pins, still maintains an adequate amount of muscle shape. She's not just the most chiseled chest and neck one, but I think that one's more than adequate. She's got so much quality from her shoulders back. That one puts a lot of good together in a nice package. It gets a little challenging I really like the 2, 3, and 4. I think there's some differences here amongst these, and the way I read them today, I just like the general smoothness and probably the mobility of the one that comes in second. I could relax her ever so slightly at times in her spine, but I think this one, she's just like our class winner, true and square off of both ends on the standstill, still maintains a good enough reach off of both ends. But to me, I think she follows her class winner a little bit more in type and kind, and she's smoother at the base of that shoulder and her chest. She blends into her full rib and that rib cage extremely well. She maintains enough muscle shape when you get in behind her. She's got a little extra length of body and length of hip, and that's the thing I think where she gets the heifers that go 3 and 4, is she's just a little longer spine, and then she's a little longer from hooks to pins. I think that one balances up quite nice. Maybe not quite as massive through the center part of her body as our class winner, but an awfully good one. Young lady and young man, bring these next two on out here. I sure like these guys, and these two heifers here, folks ringside, these bring a lot of good yet to the table. I think that within this particular class, this is where I had to put them today, because both of these heifers I think are very similar. They're big-footed, they're big-boned, they're stout skeleton structured females that offer a lot of good. The young lady's heifer is just a little squarer and truer and better from her hooks to her pins than the heifer that goes forward. She's really good as far as her in her shoulder back into that forerib. She's not quite as massive as far as her drop to that center part of her body, but I think she's got just a sheer advantage in length of hip and squareness up out of that hip. I love the foot size and bow. Just comes out as a little coarser, maybe not quite as smooth at the base of that shoulder as those heifers that go 1 and 2, but I sure think that one offers a lot of good and a lot of future. Young man's heifer coming in next. This one for me is intriguing, and the way this one grows and about ultra big-footed and big-boned. And guys, here's one that offers maybe some unique features within this breed. Her neck comes high out of those blades. She's very chiseled about her throat latch. To me, when I just compared her as she stands today, I don't think I'd like to just lengthen her from her hooks to her pins, and just those pins drop just ever so slightly. She's got awesome tailhead placement as well, though, that helps compensate for that. To me, she just shortens up and maybe just a little bit coarser made than those heifers that go 1 and 2. That's still a high quality female, young man. You ought to be proud. The next two pair of heifers that round out a class, here's our two females that got a lot of usefulness, a lot of functionality. They just don't have that extra mass and power and balance to get around the heifers that are right in front of them. Young lady's refined heifer that comes in next, just want to power her up a little bit more from the ground up. Good skeleton design. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class is one that's got some center dimension and power. She just doesn't put it together in a very attractive package as she stands today. Maybe just add a little more true muscle expression and shape. Good group from top to bottom. Nice heifer there to tie into on the top end.
Thank you very much, Lydell. Our first place was entry 6189, DCS Gracie 2G for Deep Creek Seedstock, Mitchell, Nebraska, and H/Bar Livestock, Scottsbluff, Nebraska. In second was entry 6196, FCC Vaca 902G for the Fanning Cattle Company in Harrodsburg, Kentucky. In third was entry 6187, ILC BB Weeby for Idaho Livestock, Hayden, Idaho. Your fourth place heifer was 6185, ILC Sweet Ada Jane for Idaho Livestock, Hayden, Idaho. And in fifth was entry 6188, Alta Aldi BIL 132G for Gundarosa in Kingsburg, Texas. Your sixth place winner was 6186, OL Royal Pistol 4G for Owens Lowlines, Hampton, Nebraska. Now entering the ring will be Class 405 Junior Heifer Calves, calved from January 1st through February 29th, 2019.
Folks, sorry for taking a little extra time here with these three females. Let's give these three exhibitors a nice round of applause. Guys, this is, boy, you talk about cow power here within this breed. Boy, here's from top to bottom, these three here offer a lot of good. And so that's why I felt like I needed to take just a little extra time. Here on the top end, there's some give and take here. The one that's going to win, I think for me, just I'm using the term longevity as maybe my deciding factor in my mind. I think this one, when you set her into motion and you study her from a skeleton design standpoint, she's got a little more flex and ease in that spine when you set her into motion. She travels just a little truer and easier when you study and evaluate the way she reaches off of those back legs. And so at the ground, I think she's got just a smidgen advantage over that really stout, powerful one that comes in second. I love the smoothness at the base of her shoulder. I love the actual depth and spring to that middle part of that rib cage. And I love the way her neck and her chest come high out of her blades, and to me, and the sharpness about her head as far as that good Aberdeen and female look. I think this one offers such good from a skeleton design standpoint, natural softness and smoothness. The young man's done a great job presenting that one here today. That's an awfully good one. Boy, I love the power and the skeletal width in this one that comes in second. And that's probably, for me, the hard thing to put this one here in second, because that's one thing within my own program and my own breeds and everything that we're doing is, and I think in a lot of breeds, and we got to keep these cattle skeletally wide. There's over generations of cattle raisers. We've gone from one extreme, from on hip height. But I think the one thing is, we all know we need good, moderate, functional cattle that got some skeletal width. Because if we can put that extra skeletal width into a moderate package, that means more pounds in product and a more efficient package. And I think that's what nails this heifer to a T. I love that extra width. So she comes at us a little coarser at the base of that shoulder than that class winner. So that's a gift. But when she just gets a little more rigid on the move when you set her in motion compared to that class winner. But man, on the standstill, she's big top, big hip. Love the extra width of skeleton from her hooks to her pins. And I think that one offers a lot of good. I'm being a little bit nitpicky on a heifer that I think's in a high league within this breed. That's a high quality female. This one that's coming in third, I think is awfully good. I think maybe she comes at us today just a little bit greener than the heifers that go 1 and 2. But folks, if you'll set back, she's the same type and kind. She's bold to the center part of her body. She's good up out of her lines. She's not as widely constructed and truly square from hooks to pins as the heifers go 1 and 2. But she's flat shouldered and good made. She's great from the ground up. Her foot size and her bone. I think this one's best days are still yet to come. And I think she's an awfully high quality female that sure needs your attention to look at after the show. Good group. Let's give those three another round of applause on a high quality set of females.
Thank you, Lydell. First place did go to entry 6350, BSL Hotties Gamble, 46G for Dalton Bain, Winona, Illinois. In second was entry 6198, UF Ms. Zarzula, 30A 10G for the University of Findlay, Findlay, Ohio. Your third place winner was entry 6199, UF Miss 27T 11G for the University of Findlay, Findlay, Ohio. We'll now be bringing our first and second place class winners in for the selection of full-blood junior heifer calf champion and reserve.
Well, folks, as we get ready to pick our second division of the morning, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. A lot of high-quality young females, no doubt. Heifer that wins that first class, I do believe an April female, one that I guess I just read a lot of future, and I like this one quite a bit. We talked about from a skeleton design standpoint, I love her at the ground. I like the way she gets out and goes, that natural softness. I think this one's best days are even still yet to come. And if you get back and view her from the side in relation to that extra length of body and length of hip that she has, she's so elongated up through her front end, and I think that one's just got worlds of future written all over to go with that extra skeletal prowess that she possesses. I think that one's quite intriguing. The heifer that wins that next class, the March class there, is one, I think here's a female that offers a little bit that extra length of body and length of hip. Once again, I talked about in that last class, as far as frame size, keeping these cattle skeletal wide, but also if we can keep them moderate, but yet with some extra length. And I think that's what, in this lineup here, that's what this one offers, to me in relation to her age, and she's so good at the ground, her foot size and a little extra bone. Maybe she's a little more flatter, maybe a little more one-dimensional compared to some heifers up here behind her, but I think she's still green enough and fresh enough, and I think her best days are still yet to come. So long-bodied, so long hip, and so long-fronted, big foot and big bone. When that young lady gets her planted, that one gives you an awfully intriguing look from the side as well. Heifer that came out of that next March class, we just I talked about how good this one was from a skeleton design standpoint. So square and almost perfect at the ground, gets out, moves so good. Her hip and her joints all work together. She's got some relaxation in her top, but maintains the integrity in it. Still flat shouldered and still plenty good enough up through her front 1/3. That one just simply puts a lot of good things together as far as mass, power, body, look, style, balance, and athleticism. Young man's heifer that wins that last class in a very challenging class is one that I think offers a lot of good. She too is extremely athletic, so naturally soft in her rib cage design and her flesh and ability as far as just giving you that nice, durable, soft look. Still extremely elegant about her chest and her head and her neck. So good up out of her top and her hip. We could get a little picky. We could add just a little bit more true mass and muscle power to that one, especially compared to the one that was second to her in class. But God, I like how this one's built and the way she gets out and goes. And when that young man gets her planted, she's awfully intriguing from the side. Folks, I'm going to go out here and select you a pair of champions. That a good set from top to bottom. My compliments to the exhibitors. Let's give these exhibitors another round of applause, and I'll pick you a pair of champions.
Your grand champion full blood heifer calf does go to entry 6189 DCS Gracie 2G for Deep Creek Seed Stock, Mitchell, Nebraska, and H. Lasbar Livestock, Scottsbluff, Nebraska. Earning the reserve title division is 6350 BSL Hottie's Gamble 46G for Dalton Bain, Winona, Illinois. While we're waiting, we could review the rest of the National Aberdeen events here coming forth after this show. So tonight will be the Aberdeen Banquet at 7, which is our junior auction and a very nice meal. So I'd like those of you that have purchased tickets to attend that. Additionally, on Friday, we'll be back here at 8 a.m. for our Market Steer and Market Heifer show. Followed by 8:30 then for the National Aberdeen Pen Bull and Female Show. Then at 9 is our National Aberdeen Bull Show. I want you all to attend the National Aberdeen Sale in the Livestock Center Auction Arena beginning at 2, and then certainly plan to attend the Aberdeen annual meeting also at the Embassy Suites tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Entering the ring now, we do have Class 406, our Winter Heifer Calf Division, Heifer's Calf between November and December of 2018.
Really nice single entry November young lady brings us. Once again, here's one that kind of fits the bill of what we're talking about here through this morning. Good at the ground, very square off of both ends. One gets out and reaches, got some flex in those pasterns and that knee and that hock. One that gets around extremely nice. But boy, she's wide constructed, big top and big hip. Still gives you that nice chiseled look from the side with a nice drop and turn to that lower rib cage. High quality individual.
Thank you, Lydell. And that was entry 6200, UF Miss Sassy, 42C, 61F for the University of Findlay, Ohio. Now entering the ring will be our full-blood senior heifer calves, Class 407, calves September 1st through October 31st of 2018. Just like to let everyone know that the photo break will be after the full blood heifer show. So we've got about 5 or 6 more classes before the full blood break. So that will be after the full blood heifer show.
What a really good set here from top to bottom. Maybe a little give and take here on the top end. I think both of these females, I'll just tell you, in my mind, I like both of these heifers quite a bit. I don't know that they're exactly the same kind or built exactly the same, but I think in the way that they're built, I think both of them are extremely good. I think the advantage in freshness and sharpness obviously goes to the young lady's heifer that's going to win. Man, her strength out of her top and up out of her hip. I think in this particular class, I think where she handles herself, she's got a little more true natural shape of muscle up out of her hip. She's still so fluid about her chest and her neck, and the way she blends into that forerib. Still maintains the adequate depth of body and spring of rib. Just so sharp and chiseled in the way she's made, and still gives you that nice soft look. A lot of cow power comes in second. One that's nice footed and nice bone. Maybe, that both of those females here on the top end, I mean, if you got nitpicky, you could probably just give them just a little extra reach off of that back end, but that's getting nitpicky on two females that I think are on another level here. The heifer that comes in second, so soft and natural in the way she's built. I could just freshen her up just ever so slightly. I think she's got a tremendous amount of skeletal length and spread. When I compare her from a muscle pattern standpoint to that one that wins, she wants to flatten out a little bit more, even though that she still has a tremendous amount of skeletal width. That's still a high-quality female that I like extremely well. We could just freshen her up just ever so slightly, and I think she pushes that one that wins just a little bit harder. Two high-quality females complements to both of those exhibitors. Heifer that coming in next is one that just gives up a little bit of that center dimension and power to those heifers right in front of her. She, too, is one that's very sharp and chiseled in the way she's built. To me, she just gets a little more linear in her design. Love the muscle shape up high. Just need to soften her up. Love the chiseled look. I think that one's best days are yet to come. Here's another one that's really good at the ground. Big-footed and nice bone. A cow that's got some skeletal prowess. For me, compared to the ones in front of her, she just gets a little more concave in that middle part of her body. Just comes at us a little coarser and a little more, just not quite as balanced and smooth as the ones that go 1, 2, and 3. But that's an extremely good group, like those pair of heifers there on the top end.
First place and congratulations does go to entry 6203 TCS Jasmine 9D48F for Whispering Wind Farm, Conway, New Hampshire. In second was entry 6201 UF Miss Victorious 33F for the University of Findlay, Findlay, Ohio. In third was entry 6205 GCP Fannie Mae 47G for Mariah Gann, Kaleo, Missouri. In fourth was 6204 UF Miss Star D81052F for the University of Findlay, Findlay, Ohio. We'll now be bringing our first and second place class winners in for the selection of Grand Champion Full-Blood Senior Heifer Calf.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Well, here's three good cows in the making right here at a single entry one. Once again, we talked about her. It brings a lot of nice things to the table. Square to ground, one that's got some skeletal width and body dimension, still maintains some look. Maybe compared to our next class winner, maybe not quite as smooth at the base of that shoulder, maybe not quite as unique about her jawline and her head and her chest and her neck, maybe not quite as explosive up out of her hip. But I think one that's really nice at the ground as far as her foot size and her bone and her skeletal width. And I think that one's best days are yet to come. Young ladies heifer that wins that nice duo that came out of that last class is one we talked about. Really chiseled in the way she's built, but yet still comes at us with some softness and some flexibility. Love the muscle shape and trimness down of her top and up out of her hip. I think she's awfully good. And then young man that was second to that one in that class there is one that's extremely soft. And we talked about we could freshen her up just ever so slightly, but she's so long-bodied and long hip, and I think one that brings a lot of good to the table. For me, within this division, it's hard to keep those two apart. Young lady that wins that second class will be our division champion. Young man that was second to her will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Thank you, Lydell. Your grand champion full-blood senior heifer calf is entry 6203, TCS Jasmine 9D48F for Whispering Wind Farm, Conway, New Hampshire. In second was 6201, UF Miss Victorious 33F for the University of Findlay, Findlay, Ohio. Now entering the ring will be Class 408A, our full-blood summer yearling heifers, calved May 1st through August 31st, 2018.
Well, here's another really nice pair of females here at this long heifer. Once again, you talk about skeleton design. Boy, that strength right at the point of her shoulders, out of that spine and through that hip. Boy, she's got a sure advantage there, and the flatness, the way that shoulder is and the way it blends into that forerib and her upper body cavity and then just flows back. I know this female's not totally relaxing out here. Man, so good chested, and I love the design up through her, the way her whole front one-third of her body's constructed and still maintains enough power and dimension when you get in behind her. So balanced and so long and so ultra feminine. Still, that one that puts a lot of good together. Boy, one that's really soft made and one that the way there's some things you sure like about this one. Still really good at the ground as far as her foot size and her bone, and the way she gets out and goes, and she too is one that flows into herself really, really nice. She doesn't quite have the added width and dimension when you get in behind her as the black heifer has. She's not quite as chiseled up through that chest and elongated up out of that front as that one that wins, but one that's still from her shoulders back, good in that forerib, back into that rear flank. Now a lot of natural softness and durability and flexibility, maybe just not quite as unique up through the front end, or through the front 1/3 of her body, maybe not quite as wide as the young man's black heifer that wins. Two high quality females, no doubt.
First place was entry 6202, SBS Miss Florence for Fanning Cattle Company, Harrodsburg, Kentucky, and Michigan Cattle Company, Walkerville, Michigan. In second was 6211, Candy Apple for the Sunflower Ranch in Rama, Colorado, and Fanning Cattle Company, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Entering the ring now will be Class 408B Summer Yearling Heifers, cab March 1st through August 31st, 2018.
Another really good group here from top to bottom. Kind of within this group, I think there's maybe just some variance in type and kind and size and construction, and so I think you got to put your thinking cap on and just really get down here and start breaking these cattle down. The one that surfaces to the top, I think, is simply the most complete, fault-free, most balanced female within this class. I think as you study her from a skeleton design standpoint, she's so good in her linear design of her top and up out of her hip. She's flat in that shoulder, blends good in that forerib. She's got enough body dimension as far as that turn to that lower rib cage. She may be not as widely from behind as that heifer that comes in second, but I love her from the ground. Her foot size matches her bone. She still maintains some good movement when you set her into motion. And to me, from the side and a length standpoint and balance and femininity, I think she just is the best constructed female in this class. Puts a lot of good things together. I like her quite well. Heifer that comes in next, I guess where I really like this one is down her top and up out of her hip. You get behind this one, she's so square from her hooks to her pins and wide. I think she's awfully good. I think this one still maintains a lot of body shape and dimension, still really good at the ground. She's maybe not as unique about her chest and her head and her neck as that one that wins, or maybe the one that's right behind her. But I think this one, just from her general skeletal design, as far as squareness and muscle mass and correctness, I think that's the one that got to come in second. The young man's heifer coming third. I know he's fighting with this heifer a little bit, and so it's maybe just a little bit difficult just to get the best evaluation of this one. But, boy, she's long-bodied and smooth-shouldered and still elegant about that front end. Where I want to change her just a little more up out of her hip. She wants to flatten out a little bit more and drop in those pins, maybe cut those hind legs a little more up underneath her when you set her into motion. But, boys, this one is long-bodied and long-hip, and they got an advantage in length of body within this class. I think that one still offers a lot of good to bring to the table and some unique features within this breed. I still think that's a high-quality female. Same thing goes for the young ladies. Really nice one rounding out the class. This one's obviously the most moderate one and toned down as far as her performance compared to the ones in other. But, folks, this is what makes it intriguing within this class is this female here. This one's so good at the ground and square in the way she's built. I think when I just compared her to those three heifers that are in front of her, she just gives up too much skeletal width and actual muscle pattern or muscle shape and dimension to get her off the bottom within this class. But folks, you need to step back and realize how good this one really is from a skeleton design standpoint. She gets out, moves really good. She's square up out of her top and up out of her hip. Here's one that I think is just really, really good. She just doesn't have enough to her to get around those three domineering heifers within this class. Still a high quality female, good group from top to bottom, really good balanced female to lead off that class.
First place does go to entry 6209, K2K Sarah, F11 for Jared Shaw, Gardner, Iowa. In second was entry 6208, EZ Alina, 47F for Butte Country Ranch, Live Oak, California. Your third place entry was 6207, WDL Rebecca, 151F for Ethan Barnhill, Roswell, New Mexico. And in fourth was entry 6206, CABB Fancy for Amelia Bender, Lexington, Ohio. We'll now be bringing the first and seconds in for the selection of full-blood summer yearling heifer.
Folks, let's give our division class winners in second place and within this division a nice round of applause. Once again, a good set within these two classes here. We had a lot of cow power come at us, and I think, for me, I'm pretty pleased with these two class winners out here. We got some heifers that bring a lot of that the natural basics to the table as far as enough soundness and body capacity and mass. And I think what makes it unique on these two here, they just kind of class it up. They got a little bit more of that unique features as far as that flat shoulder and that good chest, and that comes high out of those blades. And so both of these females are extremely pleasing from the side. June heifer here has got a little bit of an advantage in length of body and length of hip. I think that's what's really intriguing about this female here. And then you just start to look in the way she's constructed through her forerib and that shoulder and that chest and the way that neck comes up high. I think she's truly unique, and I like her body condition, and she's got just a tad more natural shape down her top and up out of her hip. I think that one is really, really, really intriguing. Young ladies heifer that wins that next class. I think one that's just good as far as that natural look from the side, as far as that nice silhouette, good up out of her lines, that still maintains enough body depth and that forerib back into that rear flank. She too is still extremely flat shouldered and good neck. Maybe not quite as much muscle mass and muscle shape as that June that wins that first class, but I think she carries an extreme amount or enough for me within this particular duo. For me, it's going to be hard to keep these two class winners apart, but we're going to use the June for our division champion. Young ladies may be our reserve. Congratulations.
Your full-blood summer yearling division champion does go to entry 6202, SBS Miss Florence for Fanning Cattle Company, Harrodsburg, Kentucky, and Michigan Cattle Company, Walkersville, Michigan. Our reserve division winner was entry 6209, K2K Sarah, F11 for Jared Shaw, Gardner, Iowa. Now coming into the ring will be our full-blood spring yearling heifers, calved in March and April of 2018, Class 409A. So while we're waiting, we did mention the banquet earlier. We'd certainly like to attend. Any of you that don't have your tickets already, there are still tickets available. So Rick reminded me to let you know, please come. We'll be able to get folks in. If you'd like to pay by credit card, that won't be any problem either. So certainly love to see as many of you as possible tonight at 7 at the Embassy Suites at our banquet. Thanks so much.
Boy, another nice class here. Boy, especially this duo here on the top end. We get into these junior yearlings. Young man's heifer is one that I think kind of a little bit unique of a beast that we've seen yet so far. One that gives us that kind of unique features as far as look and style and balance. Neck is so chiseled through that jawline and her throat latch. But man, and this one's so streamlined down of her top and up out of her hip. But with that extra chisel look, I think what's most intriguing about this one is that added turn to that loin edge, and then boy, you get behind her and she just explodes in that actual muscle shape. Not only is she wide constructed, but she has the true raw muscle up high and down low into that stifle. Still maintains enough body depth and expansion in that forerib. Set her into motion. She still reaches and flexes extremely well off of both ends. I mean, if you were going to get ultra critical, you take that little bit of chest and put it back into her. I don't think that's a problem for me. But here's one, guys, that has that extra length of body, length of hip, that extra look and style and soundness with that extra turn of muscle shape to go on to that good body build. That, one that just puts a lot of good things together. Boy, here's a good smooth cow that comes in second, and one that I sure like quite well. Flat-shouldered, smooth in the way she's very maternal in her traits. Still that foot size matches her bone. Maybe not as unique featured up through her front end as the one that wins, and maybe not quite as explosive in her muscle pattern, but still so soft in the way that she's built, and her durability and her soundness and her correctness. I still think that one's a high quality female. I just don't think she has the explosiveness of muscle as that one that wins this class. But man, I sure think that one's added softness and durability and soundness. That's a super high quality female that come in second. Next pair of females are ones that I think offer some good as far as just some general lines and general makeup. The one that comes in third is one that I think is just compared to the heifers that go 1 and 2, she's not quite as soft. She's not quite as powerful as she's built. We could change just ever so slightly the way she gets around on those pasterns when you set her into motion. But one that's still, from a line standpoint, she's really nice up through her front end. Still really nicely presented today. Just doesn't have that internal mass and power that the heifers that go 1 and 2. Heifer that come in next is the same thing. One that's good in her line, still ultra feminine about her front end. Just a little coarser for me to get her up in any higher within this class. Change her hoof structure a little bit. She's a little shallow in that heel, maybe just a little flatter in her muscle pattern. Doesn't have quite the expansion right into that forerib as those ones right in front of her, but a good group. Really nice pair there on the top end.
Thank you very much, Lydell. Our first place entry did go to entry 6219, ILC Amazing Grace for Idaho Livestock, Hayden, Idaho. In second was entry 6218, Sunset Magic Moment for Hickamore Hill, Goochland, Virginia. In third was entry 6222, WBL Francie 82F for Hinkle Livestock, Burns, Wyoming. And in fourth place was entry 6221, SJH Stella for Caleb Way, Summit, South Dakota. Entering the ring now is our second class 409B of spring yearling heifers, calved March 1st through April 30th, 2018. Again, in case you missed it earlier, we will be taking a photo break following the selection of the Grand and Reserve Champion Full-Blood Heifer. That is when our photo break will occur, again following the selection of the Grand and Reserve Full-Blood. Good thing Dean's around because he's reminded me that there is a full-blood class too. So again, we'll add that as well. Certainly wouldn't want to stop before getting those full-blood cow-calf pairs evaluated as well. Good thing you're around, Dean.
Boy, just another really good class of females here from top to bottom. Young man Sefferdet's going to win. I think in relation to this particular class, well, she just has that advantage and that length of body and that length of spine. Sure, she has a small advantage there in performance as well. But, I like this one from a skeleton design. I like her foot size and her bone, the way she gets out and goes. She's got that extra mobility and relaxation in her top. Still really flat shouldered and elegant about her front end. She's not as truly wide skeleton as the heifers that go 2 and 3 in relation to her frame, but she's got more than enough power, carries it deep low into that twist and that stifle. Very smooth, very well balanced. I still think that heifer within this particular class is the one you got to tie into in those regards. A lot of skeletal width, and I love the presentation of this one here in a second. Big top and big hip, and still with all that width and dimension that she possesses, we could lean her up just ever so slightly. But when you get ones built like this, yeah, they're going to convert easy, and there's no doubt about it. But man, I like this one for all that power that she possesses. I still think she's awfully good at the ground. She's still very petite and feminine about her head and her neck. To me, she just gives up a little bit of that extra length of body and maybe overall flexing that spine compared to that one that wins. But I sure think this one is going to make this young lady just a beautiful cow. Love the power, love the dimension in that one. Same thing goes for this one here in third. I think this one's really unique, and this young lady does a great job showing the wheels off of this female here. Just obviously a little shorter coupled female that compared to those heifers that go 1 and 2. But once again, just like that one right in front of her, ultra wide body. Love the width and dimension of her skeleton down her top and up out of her hip. She too still maintains an awfully good look, and to me, we just want to stretch her out just ever so slightly more. But I think that one's great at the ground, square off of both ends, still gets out and moves. A lot of power in that one as well. Young ladies heifer coming in next. Here's another one that adds a lot of good. From the side, I like this one. She's very deep in that fore rib, very deep in that rear flank. She just gets a little flatter in the way she's built. She gets a little more one-dimensional as compared to those heifers right in front of her. But man, love the natural softness and squareness. A little greener heifer rounds out the class. One that's still got some unique features. Love her foot size and her bone work. I think here's one that we could open up the feed bucket on just a little bit more, just to get her a little smoother. I think she comes at us a little raw, a little more rigid about her tail head and her lower base of that shoulder. But one I still think offers a lot of good qualities as far as that skeleton design, that extra foot size and bone and freedom of movement. Still a high quality female. Guys, that was a good group from top to bottom. My compliments to the exhibitors.
Thank you so much, Lydell. Our first place winner was 6215 MIC Ultra Surprise for Michigan Cattle Company, Walkerville, Michigan. In second was entry 6213 AVR Ambrosia 2.0 for Archer Valley Ranch, Priest River, Idaho. Your third place entry was 6216 AVR Tequila Rose, also for Archer Valley Ranch, Priest River, Idaho. And in fourth was entry 6214 SCC Tootsie's Surprise 91F for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. Our fifth place winner was entry 6217 ILC Brighton Bell for Idaho Livestock, Hayden, Idaho. In the ring now is Class 410 Junior Yearling Heifers, calved in February 2018.
Boy, here's a high-quality single entry here. Once again, you just talk about the basics from the ground up. Great as far as her foot structure and her joint structure. And for me, you just start there, and I think that's one that's really intriguing. I love the angle of that pastern, the sharpness and power in that hind leg, but the flex in that hock. When this young lady gets this one planted, boy, she's chiseled in the way she's built. I like the way that in relation to her age, her body condition, she comes at us today. Very square up out of her top and her hip. We'll give her a little closer evaluation when we get out here for our division, but a high-quality single entry, no doubt.
Your Class 410 winner was entry 6223, TCS Patience 5A4F for Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. We'll now be selecting the full-blood junior yearling division and reserve junior yearling division winner.
Well, guys, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. No doubt, I know we're getting to the tail end here of our full blood show, and I hope I've been able to do my job as far as explain good enough and let you guys ringside understand my thinking and where we're at, and hopefully set up a pattern. That's the one thing is my closest friends that ever get to watch me judge. I like the term that I get to be a little bit predictable at times, because I think as a judge, if you get to be a little bit predictable, that means you're sticking to what you like and staying consistent with your pattern. That all three of these females in this particular division, I think, bring all the things the basics of what I've been looking for to the table. So I think this might be within the divisions as hard as a decision as I've had yet to make. Young man's heifer that wins that first class, I think, is a very unique featured female. A lot of shape turned down that top and up out of that hip, and I really like that about this one. Still very chiseled about her jawline and her throat latch. She, too, still gets out and moves extremely nice. Maybe, in relation to, these other heifers right behind her, she could handle that passer and just a smidgen better, but that's getting ultra picky. Now, guys, we're going to have to pick these three apart just a little bit more, because we're talking about three ultra high-quality females. But I love the muscle shape. I love the extra look. I like the dimension, the freshness in that one possesses. Maybe in relation to a different heifer or so, we could bring that tail head just ever so slightly down into her body cavity. But, man, I sure think that one gives you an intriguing look. I think she offers some unique parts. And I think within this particular lineup, she sure has that advantage in that three-dimensional look as far as that shape down that top and up out of that hip. The heifer that wins that next class has got the advantage in length of body and length of hip. No doubt. She's a very flat-shouldered, smooth-made heifer that blends into herself extremely nice. She's maybe not as robust, and smooth about her tail head and her hookster pins as the heifer right behind her. She's maybe carrying just a little bit more chest when you view her from the side, so maybe from a balance standpoint compared to the two heifers on either side, there's some give and take there. But I love the smoothness. I love the extra length of body she possesses. She, too, is really good at the ground. She gets out and moves extremely well. Foot size matches her bone. And to me, that one's very elegant, yet sound, yet smooth, and puts a lot of good things together. The single incher that wins that next class, I think from a structure standpoint, for one this size and age, she's probably as good and square as one that we've seen. This one's very square off of both ends. I think what's intriguing is you watch this heifer walk, her shoulder and her front leg come extremely square out of the base of that shoulder on both sides. When she goes coming and away from you, she keeps those hind legs truly underneath herself and within her body cavity and skeletal width. So from that standpoint, I think that heifer is excellent when you evaluate this one from the ground up. Then you add the fact she's so strong and true up out of her top. I love the way that tail head blends smoothly and nicely into her hooks to her pins. She's tremendously wide from behind as far as from hooks to pins, down low in her twist in her lower stifle. She bounces up well from her rear flank all the way up into her chest floor. You get off on the side, evaluate her chest floor, back into her navel, all the way up into others. Is extremely well balanced. She's good about her chest and her neck. To me, folks, she's simply the one that puts it all together. She's going to be our division champion. Congratulations. To me, it gets a little bit closer here for reserve and just some give and some take, within these ones that, for me, the one that puts as far as much balance and smoothness and eye appeal together into an extremely athletic package is a heifer that wins that second class. She'll be our reserve division.
Your grand champion full-blood junior yearling heifer did go to entry 6223 TCS Patience 5A4F for the Tummings Cattle Company in Gallatin, Missouri. Your reserve division winner was entry 6215 MIC Ultra Surprise for Michigan Cattle Company, Walkerville, Michigan. We'll now be bringing our grand and reserve division winners in for the selection of grand champion full-blood heifer. We are now in possession of this beautiful Sullivan Stimulator Fluffer Comb. If anyone happens to be missing this red, beautiful Fluffer Comb, it happens to be here at the announcer stand. Again, that photo break will be following, Dean, the selection of the full blood cow-calf pairs, so that photo break again. And then we'll go right into the percentage open show right after that short photo break. So. Coming into the ring are your 5 full-blood division winners, followed by the seconds in each of the respective divisions.
Well, folks, it's certainly been an honor and a privilege to here this morning to judge a full-blood show. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Awesome set of females, and we get these division champions back out here. I hope you can kind of see a pattern. I think all five of these ones, to me, are very similar in their type and kind. They got some look, they got some style, they got some balance, they got some shape, they got some turn. They're square, they're attractive, but yet still maintain, the structural integrity that we're looking for. The heifer that wins that first class that May, I think that one's got a bright future. No doubt. I think that one's got the right skeletal build to make a really, really good big one to come back this next year and be ultra competitive. I think that one's just tremendously good. So square in the way that she's built, and within that division, she gave up a little bit of power and performance, but I think that one's got the right skeleton design for me, and I like that one quite well. That one, the February that wins that next division is one that she too, from the ground up, I think is really good. She's sound. She's maybe not as ultra extravagant through her chest and her head and neck as some other heifers in that division, but I think she separated herself pretty easily in that division for me as far as that natural body shape and dimension and smoothness of the way that she puts herself together, and to me is a strong contender out here, even though she's just a calf. The fall heifer is one that's intriguing. She's so chiseled in the way her chest and her neck, sharpness about her top, that turn to that loin edge and a turn to that hip. And it's really square and true off of both ends, and one that just brings to the table, just that little more of that chiseled, more unique look with a lot of added shape and dimension of natural muscle shape. June heifer to come out at her intermediate division. Love the strength down her top and up out of her hip. The way that shoulder blends into that forerib. She's very unique in this particular lineup. The neck comes high up out of those blades. And for me, one that just gives you that extra length of body and length of hip and that added look and style, and still maintains a lot of power and dimension and the freshness about her. After it wins that last challenging division, I talked about one. I just love how this one's put together. She's maybe not as long-bodied and extremely long as some of the other ones within that particular division, but I just love the strength of top and up out of her hip and her squareness and her functionality of her lower one-third, and just so well-balanced from her chest floor back. I think, that one there, you could sure stretch her out if you really, really wanted to, just get nitpicky. But I love the squareness and the way that one's built, her added dimension where she carries that muscle down low, her smoothness with power and extra femininity. Folks, I think it's been an awfully good set of females from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors another round of applause, and we'll pick you a pair of champions.
Your grand champion full-blood female does go to entry 6223. Congratulations to TCS Patience 5A4F for the Tummings Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. Reserve champion has been awarded to MIC Ultra Surprise for Michigan Cattle Company, Walkersville, Michigan, entry 6215. Congratulations to you both. We'll now be bringing into the ring our full-blood cow-calf pair entry. before the selection or before the picture break. Again, our full-blood cow-calf pairs will be coming in just shortly. Alrighty, coming into ring is Class 601 full-blood cow-calf pairs, a single entry, entry number 6224 for Idaho Livestock, Hayden, Idaho. Awarded to Idaho Livestock, Hayden, Idaho, with entry 6224, ILC Loaded with Pearls, and her bull calf ILC Good Time Charlie 28. You will see both our full-blood heifer and our full-blood cow-calf pair back for the selection of Supreme Champion tomorrow afternoon. We're going to begin our percentage open female show here today with Class 101 summer heifer calves calved after June 1st of 2019. We do have a single entry with Mr. Hilton Smith.
Just a really nice single entry here to get our percentage Aberdeen show going. Well, here's a really stout, flashy red female that got a lot of centered body, a lot of skeletal width, still maintains some structural integrity with a lot of look. Just a high-quality female to get our show going on this morning.
First place in Class 101 summer heifer calves did go to 6241 Hilt Jojo 9502G, again for Hilton Smith, Kiowa, Colorado. Way to go, Hilton. Coming into the ring will be our split class, Class 102A of summer heifer calves, calved in May of 2019. I think there are two more coming in this class. There's supposed to be 5. Again, now these 5 heifers do represent the completion of this first class, Class 102A, summer heifer calves, calved in May of 2019. save you some walking. Sorry.
A good set of May heifers here from top to bottom. A little bit a little more like females that go 1 and 2, and then they go 3 and 4. Used the 2 longer bodied females within this particular class. I think both of these females are good at the ground. I know our lead heifer's fighting this young man just ever so slightly, but boy, when this one relaxes, she gets out and moves really good. I like her in her joints. Very good down her top line and up out of her hips. She balances up, still maintains some body depth from her chest floor back into that rear flank. I just think from a skeleton design standpoint, I think within this particular class, she's the one we need to surface to. Beautiful up through her front end and still maintains enough skeletal width and dimension. The red heifer probably is a little wider down her top and up out of her hip. I don't think she's as smooth in her hip-loin juncture, or maybe doesn't quite handle at the top of her blades quite as well as the black heifer, but I think it's one that's still really good at the ground, very flat-shouldered, very elegant up through her front 1/3, and really maintains a lot of depth in that forerib back into that rear flank. A lot of skeletal width when you get in behind that one. The next 2 pair of heifers I like quite well. I mean, they come at us a little bit more in a compact package. The heifer, the blue roan type appearing female that comes in 3rd, from her shoulders back, I like this one. She's good in her forerib. She's good in her line. She's got some added dimension. Very smooth in the way she's built. A little lower about her neck and head set. Maybe just a little plainer about her front 1/3. But there's one there that still offers a lot of quality, a lot of squareness, and a lot of good. The heifer that comes in next is one that a young lady does a great job presenting. Just as I compare to the heifer right in front of her, she's a little more linear in her lower 1/3, a little flatter in that forerib and in her rib cage design. Maybe doesn't quite get out and go quite as well as the one right in front of her. Love the shape and squareness down her top and up out of her hip. When she gets her planted, that one sure gives you an intriguing look. Just want to blow her apart a little bit more in that lower 1/3. Young man's heifer rounding out the class. She too is a long-bodied, long-made female. She's a little more open and splayed at the top of her shoulders, a little flatter in her muscle pattern. Just want to bring that shoulder and blend it into that forerib a little bit better. She's just not quite as balanced. Just needs a little more time on feet. Love her foot size and her bone and her added length. She just isn't as balanced as well as the heifers right in front of her, but a high-quality set from top to bottom.
First place in that May class is 6351 GMC Crystal G531A for Grassmaster Cattle, Chamberlain, South Dakota. In second is entry 6247 GMC Fergie GC203, also for Grassmaster Cattle, Chamberlain, South Dakota. In third is entry 6242 FCC Maybe for Fanning Cattle Company, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Your 4th place entry is 6250 JRS Greta.
Another great set of May females here. Heifer we're going to lead off with just kind of puts a lot of good things together. I still think she's good at the ground, square off of both ends. I like the shape and development of her toe. Heifer's so long-bodied and smooth, where I think she excels a really good heifer here in second. It's from that shoulder back into that forward, just flows into herself really good. I like her at her hip-loin juncture, back into that tail head and her pin set. She's got some added shape, carries it down low and deep. Heifer that's really, really long-bodied and long hip, just put together extremely nice and a very powerful yet attractive package. High-quality female. I like the robustness of this heifer that comes in next, the one that's got a lot of spring to that rib cage, a lot of spread and width about of her hip. She right now, compared to the heifer that wins, she's a little shorter about her neck. She's a little more splayed about that shoulder. And you're going to get that when you got that much width and power when you get in behind her. But still a heifer that's got an extremely good look, very good at the ground. Love the softness and power in that one and her athleticism. Here's another really good one here in third. Maybe not acting just quite as well as this young lady would like, but she too fits the bill right up here with these top two females. Long-bodied, smooth-made, good about of her lines. She's maybe not as quite as powerful in that forerib, back in that lower spring to that lower rib cage. age, maybe not quite as powerful when you get right in behind her as that heifer that's right in front of her, but one that I still think her best days are yet to come, and I think that's an awfully good one. Gives you a really good look. The young lady's red heifer here, long, smooth-made female, gets a little one-dimensional compared to those top three heifers, a little tighter in her forerib and her rib cage, doesn't have quite the skeletal width when you get in behind her, but still gives you an awfully nice look from the side. High-quality set, nice spare there on the top end.
Thank you very, very much, Lydell. 6171 won the class with Carly's Pepper Jack for Carly Harris, Lawton, Oklahoma. In second was 6244, DR Suds and Duds, 917G for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. In third was 6245, GMC Remarkable, G203A for Grassmaster Cattle, Chamberlain, South Dakota. In fourth was entry 6246, Easy Sea Line 507G for Mark and Brendan Bishop, Rudy, Arkansas. We'll now be bringing our first and second place class winners in for the selection of percentage Summer Heifer Calf Champion.
Pair of powerful heifers within that particular group. Young lady's heifer that wins that one we talked about, just blends into herself extremely nice. Square off of both ends, extremely long bodied and long spine. Heifer that's got a lot of hip and power and still extremely beautiful up through her front end. She's going to be our division champion.
Your percentage Summer Heifer Calf Division Champion is 6171, Carly's Pepper Jack for Carly Harris, Lawton, Oklahoma. Your reserve division winner is the second place from that last class, 6244, DR Suds and Duds, 917G for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. Congratulations. Coming into the ring will be first of four of our heifer calves calved in April of 2019. Again, this is a split class. Class 103A, late spring heifer calves.
Well, just another really good group here from top to bottom. The complete female and the one that puts a lot of good things together is the one we're going to lead off with. Very elegant from the side, flat shouldered, and really unique about her jawline and her throat latch, but still with that, extreme look through her front end. Blends into the base of that shoulder and that forward really good. Nice silhouette and sweep to that lower rib cage, so strong and true out of her top line. Love the way her tail head fits into her body cavity. Got some skeletal width when you get in behind her, gets out and goes extremely nice. A little closer between 2 and 3 for me. Probably gave up a little skeletal width to get a little flatter shoulder, a little more smoothness, maybe a little too more arch as they stand today to the middle part of that rib cage to the white-bellied heifer here. Just extremely fancy, very attractive. Maybe want to just widen her up just a little bit when you get right in behind her, but love the style and presence and still the athleticism in that female. Just like to add just a little bit more punch to her when you get right in behind her. The heifer that comes in third, I think one that's got a lot of future, very square off of both ends, got a lot of hip and width and dimension down her top and up out of her hip. Maybe just gets a little flatter and plainer about her design as far as that fore rib back into that lower rib cage. But I think that's maybe just some fill. Maybe heifer that's come out into her first show, just want to give her a little bit more fill, a little more bloom to that lower 1/3. But I think that heifer offers a lot of quality. 3 really, really good ones there on the top end. Another really good one that that comes in fourth, and I think her best days are yet to come. She settles down, big hip, big top female, just maybe a little unbalanced, maybe a little tighter in that fore rib and that lower rib cage for me today to get around those 3 in front of her. But there's one that's got that sharp front end and a big hip and offers some unique features. I think that one's best days are yet to come. Really powerful one comes in fifth. One that's big bodied and just really soft in the way that she's built. May just change the way she gets out and goes just ever so slightly. She gets a little plainer about her front 1/3 and up out of her tailhead. Doesn't have quite the unique look and style and balance as those heifers right in front of her. Love the added dimension and body drop in that one. A young lady's heifer rounding out the class one that just kind of gives up some internal dimension and power to those ones right in front of her, but still maintains a good skeleton design. High quality set there from top to bottom.
Thank you, Lydell. First place in Class 103A was 6269 TCS Erica 5A 11G for Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. In second was 6267 EZ Dixie 5G for Scott and Judy Karen, Rapid City, South Dakota. In third place was 6248 EZ Charlie 123G for Efforts Easy Ranch, Bismarck, North Dakota. Your fourth place entry was 6268 MRG Geneva for Siegel Sunset Ranch, Cadott, Wisconsin. In fifth was 6265 THL Jewel 23G for Francisco Lewis, Parker, Colorado. In sixth was 6266 WDL Kate Marie 937G for W Diamond Livestock, Roswell, New Mexico. Entering the ring now will be our second of 3 April late spring heifer calves, Class 103B.
Interesting class, no doubt. Some give and take and some variety of different kind of cattle. A young man here in the blue shirt is going to win this class. Maybe, not to not get anything. I mean, maybe not as highly fitted as some of these other heifers in this class. But I think when you start just breaking it all down, but still, here's the heifer. I think in his top duo. Here's one that's just really sound. She's stout. She's powerful. Young man gets her planted. She still gives you an awfully good look. And I think you just got to sit back and study this one and start trying to break her apart. She's good in her shoulders. She's good in her foreribs. She's got some meat and muscle when you get in behind her. She's square and true off of both ends. Just a high quality female. Maybe doesn't come at us with a whole lot of flash and dash today. Young lady's black baldy heifer here giving her a hard time today. On standstill, this one's powerful. Big top, big hip, bold, beautifully presented. Just maybe one gets a little more uncoordinated off of that back end to get around that one that's going to lead. But I think there's a lot of power and a lot of look in that one, and you sure got to appreciate that. Two powerfully made females to go 1 and 2. The next 3 and 4 are some females that got a lot of look and a lot of style. For me, I just got to soften them up. The heifer that comes in third, I like her in her design, her youthfulness about her head and her neck. To me, she just gets a little more tubular in her design, beautifully presented, high quality female. I just got to soften her up a little bit more and just give a little bit more lower expansion. Young lady coming in fourth is one that's got some, does have some spring to her rib cage. To me, she just flattens out too much in her muscle pattern over her top and up at the point of her shoulders. And you get in behind her, she flattens out a little bit more in that muscle pattern. But still, two high-quality females. The heifers that go 3 and 4, I think their best days are still yet to come. Two heifers that come in next in 4 and 5 are ones that just to me that are or 5 and 6, I should say. Ones that got some body, got some center mass. They just don't have her quite as coordinated off of the movement. To me, just don't have quite that balance. The red, white-bellied heifer, to me, just got to have a lot more of that lower 1/3 to go with all that top power that she possesses. Young lady heifer coming in next is one that's just really fancy in the way she's designed, just needs more internal dimension. Young man rounding out the class is one that just kind of comes at us in pieces today. I think when she brings it all together, she's a little more open and splayed at the top of her shoulders. She wants a little more uncoordinated out of her hooks to her pins, a little flatter in her muscle pattern. Just doesn't have quite that balance. A good group, intriguing from top to bottom, but I think a good complete female to start the class.
Thank you very much, Lydell. First place was 62-63, 4 scores, Ruby Red, GB11 for Cody Score, Williston, North Dakota. In second was 62-58, SAG Gypsy for G Squared Livestock, Callahan, Colorado. 62-64 was in third, Easy Claire, 116G for Efforts Easy Ranch, Bismarck, North Dakota. Your fourth place was 62-62, WBL Genevieve, 96G for West Bijou Ranch, Kiowa, Colorado. And in fifth was 62-60, ESR Impeached for Shea Esser, Bloomington, Wisconsin. In sixth place was 62-61, Bruno Farms Firecracker for Bruno Farms, Springfield, Illinois. Your seventh was 62-59, WDL Brooklyn, 931G for W Diamond Livestock Company, Roswell, New Mexico. And eighth was 62-13, Pinehurst Ebony for Caleb Way, Summit, South Dakota. In the ring now, we have our third and final April late spring heifer calves for this division. Again, for those of you ringside, certainly like to remind you to pay attention to any of those national Aberdeen sale lots. They all have lot tags in the ring, so be paying attention here during our show and pick out your favorite lot for our Aberdeen sale tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
And length of hip and power and style and balance. Heifer that comes in second is one that is extremely long bodied and extremely long hip. Still maintains a lot of softness to the center part of her body. Gets a little more refined at the ground compared to our glass winner. Maybe not quite as unique up through her chest floor and her head and her neck. Maybe gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern compared to that class winner. But I still think there's a lot of quality in this one. A lot of length, a lot of size in her bone. Maybe a little flatter in her muscle pattern and her rib cage design. But one I still think is a lot of quality, a little shorter about her neck compared to those heifers right in front of her. That's still a good female. That don't get me wrong. Same thing goes for the young lady rounding out the class. One that's got the right lines. She just needs simply more of her. She just needs a little more internal dimension and power. But a good group, nice heifer to lead off.
Your first place heifer is 6257 for Scores Golden Grace G10 for Sierra Score, Williston, North Dakota. In second was 6253 DR Lily 915G for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. Third place 6255 ES Dandy 6G for Scott and Judy Karen, Rapid City, South Dakota. 6252 was fourth with LFI Oh My God Becky, Lily Foreign Farms, Hayden, Idaho. In fifth was 6256 ESR Ember for Shea Esser, Bloomington, Wisconsin. 6254 was sixth, DL Jennifer 927G for W Diamond Livestock, Roswell, New Mexico. In the ring now is first of two heifer classes in our spring heifer calf division, all born in March of 2019, class 104A. There is a scratch in your program. 6352 is a scratch.
Once again, another really good set here from top to bottom. All four of these females offer a lot of good. I think the most complete one is one we're going to lead off with as far as balance and symmetry and power. Still maintaining some structural integrity off of both ends and still some uniqueness about her front 1/3 of her body. But as far as that blending from that shoulder and that forerib and her added depth of body and spring to that lower rib cage is where she excels in this class. Still maintains some width and dimension down her top and up out of her hip, foot size and bone, smoothness, balance, and power. I think she's the one that excels. For me, the closer placings between 2 and 3. The heifer that's coming in second, I think, she's got more skeletal spread down her top and up out of her hip compared to the heifer that comes in third. She's a little more rigid and a little higher set in her tail head, maybe just a little more rigid about her shoulder blade than her heifer that comes in third. But I think she's also, when you set her into motion, I think she's a little truer and freer in the way she handles that hind leg. I'd like to take this one's rear flank and drop it down, just smooth her up ever so slightly. But I think she offers some unique features up through her front end, still has some skeletal width when you get in behind her. High quality female. Heifer that comes in third, I sure like this one. I like her added smoothness and balance from her shoulder back into that forerib, good up out of her line. Young lady does a great job presenting this one. I just think when you compare to that one that's right in front of her, she gives up a little bit as far as true spread down her top and up out of her hips. She flattens up a little bit more, maybe a little more refined about her bone structure, but it's still a very smooth, elegant made female that offers a lot of high quality. The blaze face heifer that comes in fourth, a long bodied, long hip one, she just gets a little more tubular in her design, pinched into that forerib, a little higher set in that rear flank. Just a little more refined at the ground, but still a long body, yet attractive female. A good set, nice one to tie into there on the top end.
First place in that class was 6279 TCS Erica 5A 2G for Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. In second, 6276 LFI Daisy Mae for Lily Florin Farms, Hayden, Idaho. 6277 was third, DCS Gabby 3G for Deep Creek Seedstock, Mitchell, Nebraska. And in fourth was 6278 OL Maleficence Royalty for Owens Lowlines, Champion, Nebraska. Entering the ring is our second of the 2 March 2019 born spring heifer calves. Yes, it will.
Another really good set here from top to bottom. Good complete one here to lead off. Good at the ground, very soft yet powerful female It still maintains enough look through the front 1/3 of her body. But man, I just love the natural softness and how this one gets out and goes, and you get in behind her, and I think she's got in this particular class sheer advantage in skeletal width and dimension down her top and up out of her hip, and boldness right through that full rib back and that rear flank. High quality female to lead off with. Highly attractive female comes in second, especially up through the front 1/3 of her body. A heifer on the standstill, maintains a tremendous amount of depth of body and spring to that rib, flattens out a little bit more in that lower stifle, maybe just comes up a little bit short when you set her into motion, and I know she's not acting just perfect today, but maybe just change that ever so slightly, but love the length and femininity that one possesses. Lineback heifer coming in next is one, I think her best days are yet to come. Good in her lines, still gets out and reaches nice. She just needs a little more time to develop. Just for me, in this top trio of females, she just flattens out a little bit more into that fore-rib and in her muscle pattern. Unique look about this one. Her best days are surely yet to come. Heifer rounding out the class is one that she too has got the right lines, to me, the right skeletal makeup. Maybe just kind of gives up too much as far as internal mass and dimension and power to get around those heifers right in front of her. But a good group, good complete female to lead off that class.
Thank you, Lydell. First place did go to 6273 DR All Business 906G for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. In second was 6270 GMC Shiver G150 for Grassmaster Cattle, Chamberlain, South Dakota. 6271 was third with LFI Lacey Underall for Lily Florin Farms, Hayden, Idaho. 6272 was fourth, WLD Crystal 922G for Caleb Spear, Roswell, New Mexico. Entering the ring will be our Class 105 Junior Heifer calves, calved January 1st through February 29th, 2019. $62.85, which is the first one on your program sheet, is a scratch.
Another really good set of females here from top to bottom. I think two heifers that are very similar in their type and kind, and two that I think within this particular class, as far as that little extra length and power and look, I think elevate themselves quite well. Heifer that leads the class is one I think's good at the ground, very smooth and elegant in the way that she's put together, still maintains enough width and dimension down her top and up out of her hip, but still just her balance and symmetry I think is where she excels in this class, especially in the way she blends into herself. Extremely nice, high quality female. Young man's heifer that comes in next, maybe just a little coarser about her head neck juncture compared to the heifer that's right in front of her, a little bolder at the base of that shoulder, but maybe has just a little more spread up out of her top and up out of her hip than the heifer that leads. But I think a heifer that's got a lot of power, a lot of center dimension, a lot of length, just doesn't have quite the as far as just the way she blends into herself quite as well as that one that leads off. The Baldy heifer that comes in third, we drop down in a little bit of stature here to maintain some structural integrity and quality. I love the way this one's built up out of her lines and the way her shoulder and her chest and her neck. She's so good at the ground. Her foot size matches her bone, gets out and moves extremely nice. Just a good built one. Just doesn't have that extra length and go as those heifers that go 1 and 2. The heifer that comes in fourth is one massive, big top, big hip type of female. Just gets a little more uncoordinated when you set her into motion compared to those heifers right in front of her. Maybe a little coarser about her head and her neck and her chest. But man, you got to love the added foot size and bone and mass and power and dimension and natural softness that one possesses. If that one could just coordinate herself a little bit more, she wants to get outside of herself when you set her into motion. Just a good conventional one that comes in next. A heifer that, to me, it's got some structural integrity. I like her from her shoulders back and the way she blends into herself. Just a little coarser and plainer about her front end. Heifer coming in next, you're giving this young lady some fits, and this one here offers some good from the side. Smooth made, very well balanced, just a little too one-dimensional for me. Flatten that rib, flatten her muscle pattern, just doesn't have that extra skeletal spread that I'd like to see with a heifer with that size. A heifer coming in next is one that's very sharp up through her front end, just gets a little tighter in that forerib and that rear flank attachment for me. I think one that still's got some structural integrity and some quality about her. Just maybe for me, we just need to see her a little further along and just blend into herself a little bit better. A good group from top to bottom. Nice one to tie into there on the top end as well.
First place does go to 6289 DR Sweetness 904G for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. In second, 6288 AZP Rose G10 for Austin Pito, Vernon, Connecticut. 6286 was third, TCS Miss Breeze 5A1G for Bruno Farms, Springfield, Illinois. Fourth was 6284 WWW Greta 91G for Cassie Wells, Dodge City, Kansas. In fifth was 6283 CS Oopsie Bell for Pepper White, Wascombe, Texas. In sixth was 6282 DR Barbie's Doll 901G for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. And in seventh was 6287 WDL Regina 919G for W Diamond Livestock, Roswell, New Mexico. We'll now be bringing our first and second place winners in for the selection and percentage junior heifer calf division.
Well, folks, let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause on an awesome division. A lot of high-quality females and a lot of depth within these classes, no doubt. We'll just go back through just real quick. Heifer that wins that first class I like quite well. Here's one that's ultra fancy and attractive, yet maintains some power. And within this lineup, is I think her structural integrity is on the high side. And I think that makes her a strong contender out here. I love the extra smoothness and bounce and her skeleton design, her strength down her top and up out of her hip, and the way she's put together. I think that one's awfully good, and she brings a lot of nice things and unique things to the table. We got into our second April class, and I think there was some give and take within there. We settled on a young man's red heifer there that I thought was just a good quality female. She was sound, she was square, she had some power down her top and up out of her hip. Maybe not as unique featured as some of the other heifers out here within this lineup, but I still think that's a high quality female that's got a lot of good about her. Heifer that wins that third class is one that I sure like on the standstill. She got some power and she's got quite a bit of dimension to her. I love her foot size and her bone. Gets a little stiffer in her hop when you set her into motion, a little more elevated in her tail head set. But I think that heifer is big bodied. She's stout and a contender out here, no doubt. I think that one's awfully good. The one that wins the fourth class, she too is one that smooth made and got a lot of attractiveness about her. Very soft through the center part of her body. Maybe just a little plainer about her chest. And she too, maybe compared to a couple other heifers, we get her in motion and we're going to get nitpicky on her. She could reach just a little harder and truer off of that back end. But I think one on the standstill I think is awfully intriguing in this lineup. A lot of power and natural softness comes out of the next one. She's maybe not as unique up through her front 1/3 as some of the other heifers out here, but I love her foot size and her bone and her natural durability as far as just the power and the way that she carries that lower rib cage and that forerib back into that rear flank. Just very soft in the way she does everything. I think that one's awfully good. Heifer that wins that last class, you talk about very flat shouldered, good about her chest and her neck, so good about her top line. Just an elegant female in the way that she's built. I like her from that skeleton design standpoint on a high degree. She's still good when you set her into motion. She gets out and goes. If you're going to nitpick on that one a little bit, you could power her up just ever so slightly in that lower stifle. But I think for a female, she's got more than enough. Guys, I'm going to go out here and give them another look. This is a close, tough division. Let's congratulate these class winners and our seconds for a very tough, highly competitive division.
Your Grand Champion Junior Heifer Calf is entry 6269 TCS Erica 5A11G for Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. $62.89 will be the reserve division winner, and that is DR Sweetness 904G for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. Entering the ring now is Class 106, winner heifer calves, calf November and December of 2018. heifer calves September 1st through October 31st, 2018.
Another nice duo of females here at Everett's going to lead off this particular duo as one. She sure fits the bill, what we've been talking about here throughout this morning. Very elegant in the way she designed, very good at the ground, square off of both ends, gets out and goes extremely nice. Love the added depth in that forerib into that rear flank, and to me, just very good about her chest, floor, and her head and neck. Just good in the way that she's built. You add that, and that she's got some added softness and dimension and power. From top to bottom, that's a high quality female. Everett comes in second is one that, she too has got the right lines. She just gets a little flatter, more concave in that forerib, a little flatter in her muscle pattern compared to our class winner. But still, from a structural integrity standpoint, offers some qualities. Good group, nice one there to tie into on the top end.
Thank you, Lydell. First place was 6292 Pinehurst Jasmine for Pinehurst Farm, Wellsburg, Iowa. In second was 6251 LTC Princess Poppy 6F for Celtic Iron Ranch, Sedalia, Colorado. We'll now be bringing our first and second place heifers in for a selection of percentage senior heifer calf division champion.
Not a lot of numbers here as we jump into our fall division, but the quality sure is good. Effort that wins that first class duo of females there. One, we talked about very elegant in the way she's designed, a little refined in her features as far as foot size and bone compared to our next class winner, but still offers a lot of quality as far as her skeleton design is concerned. Very athletic and very feminine, still maintains enough power and dimension. The power heifer obviously is the one that wins the second class, extremely soft in the way she's built. a lot of added foot size, bone, and power, and still maintains an extremely good look from the side and elegance and grace to go along with that power. For me out here in this division, I think it comes strictly down here to these two class winners. The heifer that wins that second class, she'll be our division champion, high quality female with a lot of power and look, and the heifer that wins that first class will be our reserve division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our division champion, entry 6292, Pinehurst Jasmine for Pinehurst Farm, Wellsburg, Iowa. Your reserve division champion was 6291, Queenie for Alec Bishop, Rudy, Arkansas. Coming into the ring will be Class 108 Summer Yearling Heifers, calved May through August of 2018. They will be automatic division winners, so this will be our automatic division Summer Yearling Heifer champion and reserve.
Good group. Challenging class, no doubt. A lot of good females in here, and I think, boy, it really kind of had to start breaking these ones apart. The heifers that I settled on to go 1 and 2, I think at the ground, I think that's where they surface within this particular group. I think both of these females, just the way they reach off of both ends, I think that's where they excel. Then you start looking at them from the standpoint of balance and smoothness and power, and I think that's the other regard. The red heifer that's going to win, I think obviously on the standstill, I think this one is really, really good. Flat shouldered, blends into that forerib really good. I love that lower drop to that lower rib cage. She's so good about her top line in her hip. I still maintains an elegant look up through her front end, just so smooth in the way that she's built. When we do set her into motion, I think she reaches good. She wants to elevate ever so slightly. She gets a little tense and wants to bring that top up ever so slightly. But then when you really get out and evaluate it, I still like her foot size and her foot structure, and I still think she has a lot of reach off of that front end, and she still goes. I know we don't want to just sit here and overanalyze exactly the way these cattle are moving, but I think it's important. But to me, I still think this one, from a standing standpoint, just a quality and smoothness and balance and symmetry, still added reach off of both ends. I think she's the one you got to tie into. Young man's black heifer that comes in next, I sure like this one. You set her in her motion, she's square off of both ends and gets out and goes. Has a shot more internal dimension and power than our class winner, but she gets a little coarser about that chest and her neck and the base of that shoulder. Maybe doesn't balance up as quite as well as that red heifer that wins, but I sure think this one's got a lot of power down her top and up out of her hip. I think that one's awfully good. I love the boldness of that forerib. She carries it back good and dropping that rear flank. A lot of natural softness and durability in that one. A very eye-appealing heifer comes in third. I sure like this one quite well also. She's very sharp and chiseled about her throat latch, good about her top line, very bold down her top and up out of her hip. Maybe just not quite as drives that hind leg with quite as much authority as the heifers go 1 and 2. Maybe doesn't have that overall smoothness as the ones that go 1 and 2. But I sure think this one's got a lot of quality. Just get her to drive that hind leg a little harder and truer when she sets it down. But we're getting awfully nitpicky on a high quality set of females here. Heifer coming in next, I really like this one on the standstill. She just comes up short off of that back end when you set her into motion. She's a little more elevated and pinched in that lip bone juncture. Tailhead gets a little bit high, so it throws her a little bit out of balance. But man, that one still offers a lot of good as far as that depth of forerib and rear flank and the way that neck comes high out of those blades. Folks, that's still a high quality female in a really good, tough class. Boy, ultra long bodied, long hip female that for me, one that I sure like a lot of things about. I just got to change her the way she gets out and goes off of that back end. Maybe gets a little uncoordinated up out of her hip and off of that back end. Man, folks, that one still offers a lot of good for the breed as far as a lot of length of body and power and performance. A good group from top to bottom. My compliments to those exhibitors on an extremely highly competitive class.
Again, first place and also percentage summer yearling heifer division champion does go to 6294 GMC Sturgis F6122 for Grassmaster Cattle, Chamberlain, South Dakota. In second, and your reserve division winner was 6293 AZP Clarissa F04 for Austin Pito, Vernon, Connecticut. Third place was 6297 ILC Chiquita Rose by Idaho Livestock, Hayden, Idaho. Fourth place was WDL Blair 81F for Jacob Spear, Roswell, New Mexico. And in fifth place was entry 6296 LFI Pistol Annie for Neil Show Cattle, Shelbyville, Missouri. Now in the ring is our Class 109A Spring Yearling Heifers, born in April of 2018.
Wow, what a nice group of four here, and what a really nice pair of heifers for me and what I like to tie into here on top end of this class here. Well, here's two athletic, ultra feminine females that add a lot of good maternal traits to the game. I think the big difference between these two is the one that's going to lead has just got that advantage in length of spine and length of hip. You get right up on top of them, and I think our lead heifer's a little wider and truer from her hooks to her pins. And folks, that's about it. I mean, both of these heifers are awesome when in the regards to their depth of body and spring of the rib. When you set them into motion, both of these heifers get out really, really well. And to me, there's a little bit of an advantage in the uniqueness and effort that comes in secondness as far as the way her head and her neck is designed, comes up high out of those blades, but yet that shoulder blade rocks back into her really, really nice. And a lot of times you'll hear guys talk about that. We want those necks to come up high out of those blades, but a lot of times when you do that, that shoulder blade rocks forward and you straighten up that shoulder blade. But with her, it doesn't. It sits back in there. So I think that's a unique feature about that female. Two high quality females, just a little more length and power in the one that leads. Awesome duo. Like these next two are awfully good. A lot of power both in these females. This red female, I know maybe not settling down quite as well this young lady would like, but man, that's a big top, big hip, bold made female. Still good about her chest and her neck. Maybe just a little more rigid about the way she's made compared to those two ultra fancy females that go 1 and 2. But man, I sure like that red one. She's good at the ground and her foot structure and her bone structure. Heifer that comes to next, ultra long body, and here's still another really good one. Flat shouldered, good neck. Maybe gets a little bit more concave in that forerib when you get off on that 3/4 view. Maybe drops in those pins ever so slightly, but that's still a high quality female. One of the deepest classes we've seen all day. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Thank you, Lydell. First place is 6311 DCS Farah 2F from Miranda Morgan, Utah. In second, 6308 TCS Erica 5A 21F for Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. 6310 was third, Hilt Fancy Nancy 6502F for Hilton Smith, Kiowa, Colorado. In fourth was 6309 CTL WDL Color Me Good 8F for Austin Armstrong, Hagerman, New Mexico. Entering the ring is Class 109B Spring Yearling Heifers, also all born in April of 2018.
Just another excellent class of females here at our lead heifer. Yeah, she comes out here and it's got an advantage in power and performance, but I also think at the ground is where her true advantage is. As she gets out, moves extremely nice. I love the power and dimension as far as her rib cage is concerned. I love the added spread down her top and up out of her hips. Still maintains some elegance about the front 1/3 of her body. But when you set all these cattle in motion, boy, this one just gets out and goes so well, and then still maintains that maternal look and gives you a nice look from the side. Just a high quality, powerful yet sound female. A heifer that comes in second is one that I think is within this top trio of females. It's the next one as far as soundness is concerned. She gets out, moves extremely nice. She's not as bold in her forerib in the middle part of her body as that one that wins this class. Maybe not as full and powerful from her hooks to her pins, but man, there's still one that's got some added softness and dimension and foot size and power. Gets out and goes really good. Highly presented female here comes in third. Young man's done a great job, and my compliments to the guys helping you get them ready, because they've done a knockout job. But this one, we just set them into motion, and we need to change her a little bit about her pasterns, the way she gets out and goes, soften her up a little bit more in that forerib back into that rear flank. Gets her planted. She gives you an awfully cool look from the side. But to me, where she works down into that third place hole is that she just doesn't get out and go quite as well as those heifers that go 1 and 2. But man, that's surely a high quality female in a tough trio. Same thing goes, this fourth place heifer's got a lot of good added foot size and bone, and still some added look. It's a little higher in that rear flank attachment, maybe a little flatter in her muscle pattern, a little harder right there in that forerib for me compared to those top trio of females. But still, man, I like this one at the ground. I like that added foot size and bone. Still her squareness and the way that her hips built. Still a high quality female. And same thing goes for the smoky heifer coming in next. One here's a flat-shouldered, big-bodied, good made one. Just for me within this group, when I compare to all the ones in front of her, she just gets a little flatter in that forerib, a little flatter in that rib cage design, a little flatter in her muscle pattern, but still elegant in her design up out of her hip, the flatness of her shoulder and the quality about her chest and her neck. That's a good group of females from top to bottom that all offer a tremendous amount of high quality. Just there on the top end of females, just a little more power and punch to go with some added soundness.
Thank you very much. First place is 6305 HSR Showgirl, 4105 for Heaven Sent Ranch, Fayetteville, Arkansas. In second was 6303 Pinehurst Nellie for Jared Shaw, Garner, Iowa. In third was AZP Black Velvet FO2 for Austin Pito, Vernon, Connecticut. Your fourth place was 6304 Emily Zentada, 429F for Emily Skippen, Sherwood Park, Alberta. And in fifth was 6306 MRG Pearl for Jordan Gillis, Cadott, Wisconsin. Entering the ring now will be our spring yearling heifers, all calved in March of 2018. I'm guessing we have a scratch. $62.99 is the scratch in this class, FCC CRH Erica 4F.
Just another really good group of useful females. The one that's going to lead off here, I think, sure has an advantage in length of body and extension and power and presence. That still good at the ground, her foot size and her bone, and within this top trio of females, that I think she has that big advantage, like I said, in that length of body and length of hip. And with that added length, she still maintains enough fullness in that forerib and that lower rib cage design, power up out of her hip. To me, just an intriguing female with a lot of power, look, style, and balance. Heifer that comes in second is one that's got some shape down her top and up out of her hip. Very, very chiseled about her throat latch. One, when you compare to our class winner, maybe not as true and good in that shoulder back into that forerib, maybe drops ever so slightly in those pins, but maybe for me, she still maintains that added depth of body and that chiseled look. And that's the thing that separates her over the heifer that comes in third, is that added dimension of muscle down her top and up out of her hip. The heifer that comes in third is one that's ultra deep bodied, and to me that is one that you really like from that natural softness and durability standpoint. Gets out and goes extremely nice. Just a little flatter in her design as far as her muscle shape down her top and up out of her hip, but still a lot of cow power within that one. To me, I just prefer a little more skeletal spread and a little more muscle in that heifer that goes second. Heifer rounding out the class is one that it's got some good functional aspects as far as her reach off of both ends. Just doesn't have that internal dimension and power and balance to get her any higher. A good group, nice trio of females there on the top end.
First place does go to entry 6302 Easy Mod 8828F for Efforts Easy Ranch, Bismarck, North Dakota. In second was entry 6301 ILC Rumor Has It for Idaho Livestock, Hayden, Idaho. Third place was 6298 HSFR Sunstar for Sunflower Ranch, Rama, Colorado. And in fourth was 6300 WJD Bell for Cheyenne Arndt, Sedalia, Colorado. Entering the ring now is Class 110 Junior Yearling Heifers born in January and February of 2018.
Another really nice duo of females here. Here's two that could sure handle a lot of competition. Young man's heifer that's going to lead, ultra long-bodied and long-hipped, and I think you get up on top of both of these females here at I think where she has a sure advantages and is spread out over her top and up out of her hip, and I think that's the one thing that really separates these two. And the lead heifer here too, tremendous amount of reach off of both ends, sits back on those pasterns, extremely nice. We're going to change her just ever so slightly. He's up there in that hip loin juncture, just tighten that up a little bit more. But boy, here's a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of length of body, some look, flatness of shoulder, and reach off of both ends. High quality female. Same thing goes for this heifer here in second. Maybe doesn't have quite as much reach off of that back end and off of that front end as our lead heifer, but man, one that's still square the way she's built, flatten that shoulder, still neck comes up high out of those blades, still maintains a lot of natural softness to the middle part of her body, maybe a little flatter in that forerib than our lead heifer, but man, still a high quality female that offers a lot of good.
Thank you, Lydell. First place was 6313 FD Juliet for Wintermaker Farms, Kiowa, Colorado. DR Moondance 601F, entry 6314 was second for Madeline Gable, Lafayette, Colorado. We'll now be bringing our first and second place class winners in for the selection of the percentage junior yearling heifer division.
Well, folks, let's put our hands together for an awesome division here. These 8 heifers out here, I think as exhibitors, you ought to be proud. I mean, these are 8 heifers that, in my mind, within the breed and your percentage part of your breed, that I think are excellent females and kind of fit the bill of what I've been looking for today as far as that structural integrity, but maintain some look, some style and balance, and amp it up with a little bit of power. And so I think to me, you get all 8 of these females back out here, and I think you got to be proud, because I think these are some awfully good females, regardless of what breed you're dealing with. So my compliments to exhibitors. Heifer that wins that first class, nice duo of females came out of that class there. Two extremely attractive, yet females that maintain enough power and structural integrity. The one that won that duo is one that I thought had that extra length of body and length of hip and still maintained that correctness and power and fullness from her hooks to her pins on down. One to me that's I like the condition she comes at us today in relation to her age, and I just love her off of her feet and legs, maintains that look and structural integrity. The heifer, the power heifer, comes out of that second class, and boy, I sure like that about her. And I am sometimes a big sucker for just a tremendous amount of power. Maybe when I compare her to some heifers on either side of her, you want to fix her just ever so slightly in behind those blades, and she runs downhill from her tailhead back into her hip loin juncture ever so slightly. It just to balance her up there, but man, that's a lot of cow, and so good off of her feet and legs as well, just like the heifer in front of her. And to me, just that added width and dimension and natural width and dimension, and still I like the body condition and that she comes at us today as well. Still very fresh, but very soft in the way that she's built. Heifer wins that next class, a very big-footed, big-bone type of a female that adds that extra look up through her front end and still maintains some skeletal width. Maybe doesn't hook up quite as well right in behind those blades, maybe not quite as powerful as heifer right in front of her. But man, I sure think that one offers a lot of good as far as that uniqueness up through her front end. I like her foot size and her bone and her just structural prowess. She too is one that gets out and goes extremely, extremely nice. Heifer that wins that last class is one that's intriguing for me. Sits back on those passenger latches, gets out and reaches extremely hard and heavy. And to me, we could set, like we said in class, we could hook her up just a little bit different at hip loin juncture, maybe flare her out just a little bit more at the base of that lower rib cage. But man, she balances up well, gets out, moves so extremely nice and highly, highly presented. Folks, I'm going to go out here and give these heifers another really good look. My compliments to the exhibitors within this division on a high-quality set of females. Let's reward them with another round of applause, please.
Your percentage junior yearling heifer champion is entry 6311, DCS Farah 2F for Miranda Morgan, Morgan, Utah. Congratulations, 6308 is your reserve champion. TCS Erica, 5A 21F for Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. We'll give our exhibitors a moment here to bring our Grand and Reserve Division winners in for the selection of Grand and Reserve Champion Percentage Heifer. Coming into the ring will be our 5 division champion and reserve division champion females for the selection of grand champion percentage heifer.
folks, as we wind down the day here at picking our champion percentage female, once again, like I said early this morning, certainly an honor and a privilege anytime you get to ask to judge or evaluate anything here at the National Western Stock Show. You got to hold it in high regards, and I sure appreciate the Aberdeen Angus Association that to ask me to come out here and evaluate your cattle today and tomorrow. So try to come out here and work hard for you guys. I know what it takes to bring cattle here to Denver. I've done it for 20 plus years, and we've sure had some good years, and been fortunate up there on the hill to bring home some purple banners over the years, and then sometimes not. And so sometimes it's not always just about who gets that purple banner, but to market your cattle and get people to see them, and that's part of it, and also to evaluate other genetics from across the country. That's the way I've always viewed it ever since I started coming and bringing my own cattle out here. Guys, this was a great lineup. I thought our purebred show was really good. This percentage show, I think, got extremely deep and in several of these divisions. And so to me, I try to stay true to what I like and try to fit into a pattern. And I think we get our divisions out here. I think you can kind of see that. Got some cattle that got some added look and style and balance. Still maintain some structural integrity. Because that's foremost extremely important. And then try to add that extra added dimension onto those cattle. Those two calves that come out of those first two divisions. The first one I think is an intriguing female heifer that sure has got a lot of power, look, style, and balance. And to me, even as young as she is a strong contender out here. Same thing goes for the heifer that wins that next division. There's one that's got an ultra cool look to her. I still think she maintains enough power. If I'm going to change her out here, that's where you'd like to amp her up, is just give her a shot more power through that hip and lower stifle. But man, that thing's good at the ground, gets out and goes, and still maintains an awfully good look from the side. And I think there's a lot of future there. The heifer that wins that fall division, I think, is just a good, solid female, good-footed and big stout boned, and a female that's got some ruggedness and some natural softness, but yet still puts it together in a very complete yet attractive package. The red heifer came out of an intriguing intermediate division. This one here, there's so many things I like about this one, especially on the standstill or flat shouldered, good chested, naturally soft, still maintains some muscle and shape down her top and up out of her hip. She does, want to tuck those hind legs, a little far up underneath her for me, and roll that top just ever so slightly. But you relax her there, and I think that one's awfully intriguing. But I think that one there is a unique breeding piece within this deal, no doubt. Because I think that heifer offers so much good. Heifer that wins that last division is one. We talked about it from the start this morning. Structural integrity. This one's really, really good. She gets out and goes. There's no flaws in the way she gets out and moves, her joints and the way they work, and her hip. Her strength at top and her added dimension and the freshness that she comes in us, to me, there's one that just puts a lot of good practical things together as far as, soundness and enough power and look and style and balance. We, if you wanted to change her, we could hook her up just a little stronger and truer right in that forerib and right behind them blades. But I think that's also an added value of her not carrying a whole lot of condition in relation to her age as well. A good group of cattle. My compliments to the exhibitors. Outstanding set. I've been blown away by the quality. So my compliments to you guys, and I'll put the mic down and pick you a pair of champions. Folks ringside, give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause on an awesome percentage show here this afternoon.
Your grand champion female today in our percentage show does go to entry 6311 DCS Farah 2F. Congratulations to Miranda Morgan, Morgan, Utah. Congratulations, and your reserve champion percentage female does go to entry 6171. That is Carly's Pepperjack for Carly Harris, Lawton, Oklahoma. While I would take a minute here, I'd like to introduce Neil Efforts, one of your Aberdeen board members, to make another introduction.
Well, folks, as many of you know, we've been trying to launch an Aberdeen premium beef program, and it's a source, age, and breed verified system. And we're happy to have our partners here today from IMI Global, John and Leanne Sanders. And so they have a representative, Doug Stanton, that's going to speak to us at the banquet tonight. But anybody that's interested in the beef business and getting the Aberdeen cross calves in that Aberdeen premium beef program, they've got some brochures here that talk about the source verification system and the source and age and breed verification system. They're partners with a number of organizations in the food business, and I guess I'm going to just turn the microphone over to Leanne, and she can tell you a little more.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. We really enjoy the working relationship that we have with the breed. In the market today, there's great demand for source and age and breed verification. We're seeing that more and more. And as you look at retail and food service trends and where that's going, the demand for quality and predictability is higher than ever. And so we're happy to have the partnership and work with you all as you're trying to launch that quality brand. So thank you, and we'll be around here, and we have some materials if you want to talk to us. And then again, Doug will be at the banquet tonight and can answer additional questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, John and Leanne. Let's give them a big round of applause. We're happy to be partners with you.
We'll now be moving into our percentage cow-calf pair division. We do have 2 entries in our Class 301 percentage cow-calf pairs. While we're making that selection, I'd like to introduce one more time, for those of you who may missed it earlier, our judge today has been Mr. Lydell Meyer. Lydell comes here from Clinton, Tennessee, via Texas, and is a Texas Tech graduate. They raise Angus, Red Angus, and Simmental cattle, and Lydell has judged national Solaire shows throughout, including the National Solaire Show, throughout the United States. Both here down in the yards and up on the hill, and we would certainly like to give a warm welcome and a round of applause for our judge here today, Lydell Meyer.
judge the nationals.
Well, folks, only 2 entries here in our cow-calf percentage show. Let's give both of these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Because if you haven't ever brought pairs to town and showed it, it's a lot of work, and it takes some unique females to come and present themselves and their calves at such a high level. And so before we select our champion in reserve here, I wanted to just take a minute and talk about each one of these pairs because I think we got a little age variation. I think 3 years separates these cows, a 2016 model and a 2013 model. So we got a little more age on our far left pair. The pair that's closer to me here that leads off the class is one that I think's really, really neat. This young man's brought a lot of good cattle out here for me to evaluate today. Once again, a lot like his cattle that he's brought. I mean, here's a female that's very chiseled about her chest and her head and her neck. She's still good about her top line and about of her hip, and and still, I mean, if we're going to change a little bit as far as her udder is concerned, we could change and tilt it down just ever so slightly as far as those front quarters are concerned. Cow still gets out and moves extremely nice, and still, that extra look through her front end and the power out of her top and her hip. We could mold her just ever so slightly, in that forward. But she's working. She's got that big old stout bull calf on her side, and we'll talk about him. Here's a bull that's got some power and some dimension, and maybe shows just a little more ruggedness. But you can see the power that cow transmits into that calf. This is a high quality pair, still with a lot of look, and still maintains enough power and integrity. The age pair that comes at us, I think in my mind, here's a cow that I'm pretty sure is a 2013 model. So we're working on a 7-year-old cow here that's right at her prime, and I think that the thing that intrigues me the most is you watch her go around this ring and how she gets out, and moves, and goes. She's very fluid in all of her joints at her age, and still maintains that extra look and smoothness. Between just the 2 cows, she sure has a sure advantage in length of body and length of hip. And to me, what's intriguing is the power that she has still down that top and out of that hip. And with that, still maintains some levelness and correctness about her udder structure. But from the ground up, this one's awfully good. She's maybe not as unique featured up through her front 1/3 as the cow that's right in front of her. But I think she has that big advantage as far as length of body and power down her spine and up out of her hip, and still maintains a lot of structural integrity at the ground for her age, and that's quite impressive. Her bull calf is awfully flashy for me. Here's one that's really correct in the way that he's built. He's smooth, he's stout. And so you can kind of see what she transmits. That added smoothness and length that she has, she puts it right back into that bull calf, and that smoothness and look, and still with enough power and dimension. Folks, I think both of these pairs are extremely good, and my compliments to both of these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll go select your champion cow-calf and reserve cow-calf pair.
Your grand champion cow-calf pair in our percentage show here today is SAG Radio Annie for G Squared Livestock, Callahan, Colorado, along with her calf at side, SAG Gator. Our reserve champion, 6316, ILC Sassy Girl for Idaho Livestock, Hayden, Idaho, and her calf at side, ILC Northern Dude. We welcome you again to remind you about the banquet this evening beginning at 7 p.m. You'll be able to purchase some additional tickets there if you'd like. Other than that, we will see you back here tomorrow morning beginning at 8 a.m. Thank you very much and have a good evening.